Hello. Starting with another backdrop today. I might be able to finish this one in a day, I think. Because it's relatively simple to make. I made this the reference sheet, but then I also made a sketch of how it's supposed to be looking like at the end. So I'll try to make it look like this. Alright, I'll just have this somewhere in the corner. Okay. Alright, let's just bring in a human. For reference, for like dimensions. And then let's do a circle, or not circle, stairs. I mean, I don't know how I thought of circle. Let's save this first. Okay. I guess it would be easier if I added a cube. Then delete these sides. Okay. There's the stairs. Okay. And then I could use an array, then maybe have the origin be over here instead. Like that. So that maybe this will help with the array here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I don't know how much I'm gonna need, but we'll see. But other than that, there needs to be walls, like on the sides here, and basically all the way up there. Let's do maybe this much. I don't think we need that many stairs. Okay. And I could even apply that so it's usable geometry. So then I can like extend it like that. Okay, let's do, I guess, yeah, we can just do a cube. And then we just like remove the inside faces. We just leave these two. Now I can adjust it. Okay. There also needs to be a wall right here. I can just make this go up like a lot. Doesn't really matter how much it is. And then around this area, I want there to be like a ladder, but like one of those ladders where it's like embedded into concrete. I don't know what they're called exactly, but we can do that using a Bezier curve. Also thinking maybe using a circle, but I don't know how to kind of split the middle point. So that's kind of an issue, but I could do this and then delete that. Okay. Then delete this one. And there was a way to disconnect this. I don't remember how. I don't want there to be, this needs to be very, how do I say? It has to be straight right here. I feel like this would be easier if I used a skin modifier on a geometry, actually, instead of this. So let's try that instead. So I'll just do skin, Shift A or Control A, and then let's do a cut right there, maybe. Then we bevel these two. I need to change the preset first. Hold on. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, there we go. And then I can add a subdivision and make it smooth. Also need the human model to check how big this is. Something like that, maybe. Okay, maybe a bit... Now this should be fine, I think, actually. Yeah. Alright, anyway, so that's the first one, and then I'll just use an array here. So this is like an entrance from the top. Okay, I think this should be good. Right. I'll have to tinker around with it to see like what positioning works better. Maybe like it should be closer like this or something, but we'll see. Okay, let's do this as well. Okay, there we go. So then this guy has to be up here. There we go. Let's also turn on a cavity so I can see things better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now I have to figure out the camera. And I want this to be pretty wide, like this. I might use a fisheye camera for this, we'll see. This is the reference right here. Okay. That should be good, I think. Because we'll need to add some textures later. Now I'm thinking, should I cover this with something up here? Maybe not, actually. It should be fine. I'll just do 0 on the world, so it's like dark all around this, and then I'll have to add a light source like this. Okay, so it's obviously very dark currently, but let me just do this real quick. Okay, so now it's more visible. I'll just have to tinker around and see what works best in this scenario. I'm not sure if I want it to be soft, actually. A bit, but like not too much. I like the harsh shadows. Less power. There we go. Maybe like that. Should be good. Anyway, then I also need a flashlight. So let's make that quickly. Roughly like this much, I guess, in terms of dimensions. Alright, and then let's just check where the major cuts are. So clearly it becomes bigger around the top area. And that's basically the shape that we need from here. So let's do something like this. We need another cut right here. Okay. Something like that, I guess. And then I'll just kind of look around and check where these go. Okay. Okay, before I get to like these parts, I gotta do the in-betweens, like that one right there, this whole area. And then this almost looks like it's going lower, but I guess it's probably not. I think that's just one piece right here. Yeah, okay, so it's like this is the only other part that is slightly extruded. So I'll do that. I may need to make it a bit longer. Like this, maybe. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And then I may as well do this one there. Or I guess it could be, I don't know. I guess I could do these later. All at once, basically. We'll see. Okay. So then we got this part and then that part right here. I'm not sure if this is the same thickness, but I would assume it is. And then there's also another one right here, the ring. So it's like two thin ones and then one big one with a bevel right here. Or not a bevel, boolean. Okay. So let's do the middle one. Something like that. Then these ones. I don't think I can. Can I do this individual maybe? No. Okay. In that case, I'll just use numbers. SY 0.5. is 5.5. There we go. So those are the thin ones, and what else? And then there's another one on the head. Right there. Okay. So now I'll just select these. And extrude them. Yeah, very good. I don't think I actually need to do this because it's not going to be visible, so I don't know why I should bother. But this part, maybe. I should maybe separate this. Or let's try... Okay, I don't think checker deselect is gonna work all that well. So maybe it will. Okay. Something like that. It's not like the same thing, but like it works. Then we can do a bevel. Okay. I mean, this should be okay, actually, I think. We just need enough for it to catch some light. And even if it won't, it's okay. Okay, cool. So that's the flashlight. Okay. Then I need to make the actual light source. We'll do a spotlight again. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, let's check. So I think I gotta use normal here. Keep forgetting what. There's like a specific setting that I need to keep in mind every time I do this for it to work. Okay, something is appearing there. Okay, that seems to work. Should maybe use a map range for this, so that there's more data to work with. A bit tricky to get it right sometimes. Let me do maybe this, and try to match it. So that's the beginning. Okay. Yeah, something like that, I guess, works. Okay, so we gotta get like the basic flashlight look that they have, like flashlight texture question mark, like this. So in this one, there's a ring around. So I suppose I should do that first. Okay, and then there's another circle in the center with a darker circle. Okay. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. Just getting the general shape first. Yeah. Okay, and then let's do noise texture. Okay, we'll have that for now, and then I'll just mix it with multiply. Okay, let's just kind of adjust it better. And that's blurred a little bit. I think like this ring isn't as bright as the center is, so I should also do that. Yep. Something like that. Obviously, this part should be a bit longer. Okay, like that. It just gets harder to work with here if you don't have a proper map range for it set up. I should delete that actually. Yeah, I mean that's basically it. Okay. Right, so that's the flashlight. Cool. Then I'll just, I guess, plug it into emission. There we go. And I can then change the temperature if I want it. Depends. We'll see. Okay, anyway. So that will be used right here. I'll just like parent it to the actual flashlight so I can move it around using it. So now we can see that it's working. I just need to turn it up way more. And I also need to add a bright spot on the actual flashlight so you can see the where it's coming from. We could do that now, like quickly. Something like that, I guess. Okay. So now I need to figure out a perfect value for this. Interesting how that's happening. I wonder if there's like a gap. Not really. Okay. Okay, so that's the centerpiece. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that works, but also it depends on what I want to have here. I think I want to have this a bit closer to the camera, like that. Yeah, that works. And maybe also make it a lot blurrier so that these aren't sharp. Yeah, that's pretty good so far. We could make it more of a yellow-ish kind of flashlight to complement the blue in the background. Okay. Then let's also add quick bevels on the stairs so that the light catches or gets caught on the edges. I will also just go in and sculpt it a bit to destroy it a bit more. It doesn't really affect it all that much when I increase it, so I'll just leave it at 3. Okay. Anyway, that's like the base setup. Alright, let's check the camera. Maybe put it on the floor and turn this down all the way. Okay. Something like that. I mean, it's pretty similar to this right now, which is what we're going for in terms of the composition. Okay. Alright. I might maybe move the camera closer to the stairs, like that. Yeah, that's better, I think. It just gives it more perspective warping that I like. Okay, cool. Then I need to put something like here, close to the camera as well. And that thing is another flashlight right here. That's supposed to be broken. And also some blue latex gloves. Okay. Alright, so what next should we do? I should also add more parts to the ladder here. Okay, that's good. Okay, there we go. Nice. Let's just add some textures on the walls. So I downloaded new textures right here, so I kind of want to try them out, see what they look like. Okay, let's try 57 and 58. Let's do non-color, since this is black and white. Okay, cool. Right, let's see. Let's make it smaller, maybe. I like that. Just want it to be a bit smaller. Okay. Obviously there's a cutoff right here. We can negate it by using a Voronoi. And then using these colors as either location or rotation for this texture. So let's say I plug it into location. That'll just randomize based on the colors. Sometimes rotation is better, but yeah, it just depends. You can also add more detail, although I guess that's a bit tricky if you're doing it on the colors specifically. It's more visible on the distance like this. But I could use a noise texture to then distort this. Not too much though, like just enough for the edges to be not clean, I guess. Yeah, something like that. It helps a little bit. It's not like a lifesaver, but still. For textures that are grungy like this, it's okay if it's like super distorted, because it's supposed to be chaotic. Just gotta find the sweet spot, you know. There you go. So we'll have it like that for now. And then let's check this out as well. Okay. This one I could just maybe do simple coordination like this. And then we'll essentially mix these two. Second. Gotta do something real quick. There you go. Alright, now let's check how to use these now for the geometry. I can do bump. I always use bump for these specifically. So I'll just like plug this in, but I will also need a color ramp to kind of dial it in. But I mean, in this case, I think it's actually a good thing that it's like this, since it's like concrete, like a rough one, so I like it. And then I could use this on top of it as a, like, I don't know, stains, dirt, whatever you want to call it. So let's do a flip. So now this is what it looks like. Right there. It's very subtle for now. Well, maybe not very, but kind of subtle. But it adds to it, which is good. We could even use this as like a layer on top of the current pump. So maybe like these things are outwards, and that would mean that they catch light. So we can try that. But if I plug that in, okay. A bit hard to see. Perhaps I should maybe add a more contrast for it, like this, and maybe turn up the color to something else. I don't know, something rustic could work. Okay. And then we can also add just an overall kind of discoloration using noise. We can do UV, why not? Okay, so let's do something like that much. I'll tinker with it as I go. Okay, gotta do something again. My bad. There we go. Cool. Let's plug that in now. Alright, that's very dark, as you can see. Okay, well, in that case, I could clamp this so it's more bright in these areas. And maybe I don't even want to have a completely dark, like a completely black areas, because if it's black, that means there's no light going there. No? So we kind of want to add some value to it to kind of negate that. Okay, I like how they look so far. I just need to mess with the overall brightness of the whole thing. I wonder if there's... Well, I think there was a black and white thing here in Blender. Let me check working space. Display emulation. No. Yeah, okay. Well, typically how I do it is I go to the compositor right here. Then I do RGB to black and white, and then I enable it. So that just helps me to see exactly what areas have the most light, which is important when you're trying to divert the viewer's attention to a certain point of the composition. In this case, I suppose the brightest point is the flashlight, but also the ground, well, kind of second brightest. So I just kind of use this as a guide. Also, the floor doesn't have anything yet in terms of texture, so let's do that as well. Okay. Let's find a different one that looks interesting. Maybe that, or something similar to that. This could be cool too. This is 141. Okay. Let's do cube projection. Yeah, that works. Doesn't have to be perfect. I would just like it if I could somehow have some sort of a visible crack here in the ground. Let's just do an overall scale first, like this. And then let's pick this one up and maybe even scale it like that. Basically messing with the perspective so that it just looks readable, even if it doesn't make sense from the top like this. Something like that, I guess we could try. So as you can see, it looks good here, but if you look at it like this, it doesn't make sense. But this doesn't really matter. What matters is what we see on the actual render. Right, so let's invert it so it's going inwards. So let's do this. Right. It's kind of visible, but I might just increase it a bit more. And also turn up the roughness. Okay, we'll have to also mess with the flashlight up here. me just check it from this side. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I would like it if the stairs were catching a lot more of the light on the surface. But that's gonna be a bit hard to do, I feel like, from this perspective. This is pretty good too, like the direct flashlight down here. That's pretty good. And then I also like how it fades very slightly from there to here. So that's nice. Yeah. Alright, let me just mess with like this part, I think. Because I kind of don't like the color. That's also another thing about composition. You need to decide which parts have saturation as well. You can also just make it so that if something is desaturated, that means it's less important. So if you give something more saturation, then it's easier for a person to kind of notice that part of the composition like quickly. I think I like this more now, after I have basically removed the color from that area. You can still have like a little bit, but not too much. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, so we got the textures. Now, I think I want to go in and, actually I don't like how that looks. Yeah, let's just fix that real quick. One. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So I want to add more geometry to this entire thing, so that then I can go in and sculpt it. Okay. So I'll just kind of eyeball it, I guess. Basically just deform it here and there. It's not too complicated. Because we don't really want it to be even. Just because it's like a handmade bunker. And I would assume after a while it wouldn't be so perfect. Probably going to add some rubble as well. Just stuff to break up the continuity. Okay, that should be pretty good so far. Cool. Let's now duplicate this flashlight as well. I'll put you pretty close to the camera. Okay. That's pretty good. And I want to have some like glass shards, kind of. Or it's not, I don't know if it's glass, but basically this is supposed to be broken, so I can probably just separate it and then use like a knife tool, for example, to cut around it. Something like that, I guess. So let's say maybe like these two pieces are separate. Let's do solidify. Not too much, obviously, like maybe 0.1 or half of this. Copy modifiers. There we go. I don't know how well that's going to be visible, but we'll see. Because it is a flat piece, so although we could just move it closer to the camera and then like add a separate light source just for them, as if these pieces just flew closer. Even this though, like it's not really showed all that well. Like it is there, but you can't exactly see what it is. So let's do, I guess, a point light, maybe. Not this much, obviously, but let's do a bit. Then let's include this so that they are affected by this light source. Yeah, even like this, it's not... You can't see it. Let's maybe not do that then. I could maybe, like, okay, let's actually try panoramic camera. Panoramic, then turn this up. That's pretty cool. Okay. Hello, Arthido. Welcome. They're right there. Okay, I don't think they're supposed to be so reflective, though. Let's do like maybe this much. And this also needs a bevel, I think, or maybe not, because it's cracked, so I wouldn't assume that there's a bevel if something gets cracked like glass. Maybe. Okay. Maybe let's not do that. I'll pop by later. Also doing work. Okay. Good luck. I think I do like the panoramic, aka fisheye camera, more than this. Yeah, it's better. But now obviously we have to account for that right here.
Go.
Yeah, I'll be right back. back. Next, I think I'll do... Why is that? Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter because we can't see it, so it's whatever. Okay, so next I need to write on the walls some specific things. So I was thinking of using my tablet for that. I'll just have to like mess around here with the capture. Let me see. Okay, so if I, let's say I move the Blender window down. Okay, yeah, so now it's smaller now because it's on a 1080 display. So just fix that. Okay, center first, I guess, or maybe... I can't even click it anymore. There we go. So it will be lower quality for us for a bit, not too long. I just need to use the tablet. Here's the pen. There we go. Okay, so let's just make a new texture. No, let's see. This needs to use the UV. I'm assuming it will because that's the default. So let's just do... Can I like hide? I know I can hide it in edit mode like that, but I was wondering if I can do that in vertex mode, vertex paint mode. Try hide it and then go to... Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, anyway. Sure. Oh, it's not selected there. Okay. Oh, it's because we're in vertex paint. Yeah, I'm stupid. Texture paint, there we go. Then we gotta pick the layer. There we go, it's already selected. Okay. Still unable to do that, okay. Perhaps I need more geometry. because sometimes that is what's happening. What needs to be done? Nope. Alright, maybe it's actually, you know what? It could be wrong orientation. Yeah. Okay, that's why. So that's another way, another problem that you may run into. You gotta just flip the normals. Okay, there we go. So now that should work. Yep. Okay, cool. So I suppose it's better if I look at the render here. We could actually just set this up right away, so it's painting on the texture. Okay. Oh, right, hold on. Yeah, that won't show up in cycles until you actually save the image, unfortunately. So I'll have to use this or this, but I want it to look, I want to see it on the texture. Yeah, right there. It is unfortunate that I can't do that in real time with cycles, but it is what it is. Anyway. Yeah, so let's figure it out now. Alright, I guess I can pull up the reference I have here. I'll just have it on the other monitor. Hey. I'm trying to pick like a size for the brush that makes sense. Okay. It could be a bit bigger than what we need. And also I should turn up the resolution, I think. Okay. I'll just check the resolution that I saved it as, if it's correct. Yep. Okay. There we go. It's pretty hard to use your mouse when you're also holding a pen. But I don't know which one's which now. Okay, let me just like... So it should say it though, no? I guess that. Okay, save it. Let's check. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, let's check how that looks now in here. This is just like a test right now. Let me turn this up here. And now the screen is gonna be all blown out. So, transform. Not what I wanted. Okay, that'll do for now. Let me just check this first. Oh, it wasn't even. Okay. There. So I want that to have some sort of a carving. That's not bad. I wonder if you can maybe move some parts. Like if you select this and then you can move it towards here inside of texture paint. I'm not sure if that's an option. You can clone it, I guess. How this works though. Oh, okay, there we go. It won't show up there because, yeah. And it sucks because, like, I can't really see where I'm putting this because Eevee doesn't have the support for the panoramic camera. So I'll just have to save the texture and refresh. Okay. Maybe like slightly to this side would be nice. Yeah, I had to move it first though. That'll work. That's better. Okay. That's roughly like this much overhead, overscan, you could say. Okay. I gotta do the rest now though. This part of the process is way easier to do when I'm offline, since I don't have to account for the stream as well, the OBS. It's not like too big of a deal. Okay, let's see what's next. Okay. I'm just trying to make it wonky, but also not too incomprehensible. Yeah, that's just going down into the stairs. Also, that looks like it's going outwards and not in. Now it's in. I don't know if I like turning up the size here, to be honest with you. I'll just try to stick with this much. Okay. I think that's it for this side of the wall. Then I gotta do the other side. Okay. Let's see. I want it to be tilted like this. Okay, let's check that with the actual render view. 1 second. It is definitely not so easy to spot, but it is there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to work with the lighting, but it's pretty good so far. Okay, so next up. Okay. And the last one, which probably won't be visible unless I put it somewhere here, closer. But I guess that doesn't exactly matter all that much for this. Alright, let's save that now. And I'll just move this now on the main screen. Hold on. I guess I can turn back to display capture actually. There we go. Back. I also have to add some texture to the flashlight, of course, because right now it's nothing. Doesn't have anything on it. I can do that now, actually. So this is the reference. Okay, so the way I'll go about that now is I'll pick areas where this texture is using vertex color. Sure, I guess. So we go in, we select the parts. Then you go to vertex paint. There we go. So now that's like masked basically. And then to actually make the texture, I guess, like, let's see here. This, turn this off. Okay, it's looking a bit weird. Okay, maybe instead of that we could do brick. Okay, hold on. Goddamn. Yeah, like when you're working with cylindrical objects like this, it's a bit hard to apply the textures properly that like wrap around. Yeah, that is definitely not what we wanted. That's better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, cool. Anyway. Turn this down, so we only have just cubes, basically. Or squares. Like that. It does have some artifacts like that right there, but I don't think it's gonna make a big of a difference. And then we gotta rotate it. I don't know which axis, so I'll just do all of them. Oh, that's location. My bad. 40, 45. Yeah, I guess that's the closest. Obviously, some of them are not working. Yeah, that's better. Hold on. Alright, let's just do this. Then we can turn this up, turn this smoother, like that. So now we can use that specifically on this area. Might go to streaming, hello Weed Apples, you're going crazy. I mean, it's a pretty mellow project, I would say. Mr. Streams. Well, now we are here. Okay. What are you up to? I haven't been able to join because of travel, but glad to be able to work alongside with you again. That's nice. Glad to see you here. I should probably bevel this separately. Okay. Not that much. Okay. And then let's check. Where was it? Like here, I think. Anisotropy. Okay, that's not working. Okay. This also has a kind of not sure what this is called exactly, but there is a texture right there, so I'll have to do that as well. Obviously not this much, so let's turn this down. Just basically match it with this as close as we can. Yeah, I mean, this won't be visible though, to be honest, but still, why not? Okay. That's essentially the flashlight right here. Obviously, I want to add some textures as well. So let's do that. That could be good. 190. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that can work. And since this is gonna be like dust, I guess I'll use a separate diffuse BSDF, and that's gonna act as like a layer of dust based on this, like that. Not really a fan of how clean this part is right here, so let's mess with this. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. And I would like to maybe minimize the scale for the flashlight, because I kind of want it to be narrow comparably. So let's try that. I'll just do this first. So obviously it's not gonna work if I just scale it like that, since it's texture based. So I have to figure out a way to do it from here. I mean, that kinda works, but not really. So may actually need to just adjust this right here. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it, probably. Okay. Alright, let's check that out, I suppose. There we go. Alright. And obviously we gotta reset the emission. Yeah, so this is what I don't want, and I think I'll just reduce the brightness for it like this and that, and I'll just try to make the center the brightest part, or maybe at the very least have this glow be closer to it rather than closer to the edges. Just trying my best right now to see what looks best, basically. Okay. All right. Yeah. I want it to be dark, but I don't want it to be extremely dark. I also don't understand how that's working. It looks cut off. I'll change the color for these as well. The scratches, writings. Like something darker and something like that maybe. And also I do want it to be more distorted. I should also untick normalize. Okay, alright, that's not what I was expecting was gonna happen. I should probably just make a different one. Hold on. There. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, the flashlight rotation / position is gonna be probably what's gonna take the longest. Trying to figure out what works. I will add more textures, I think, on the walls. I want there to be like vertical ones, like coming down. So we'll see how that goes. I think I'll just add more spotlights on the stairs, just kind of to fake, I guess, the flashlight hitting on the surface. Oh, just to check how it looks. I mean, I like it. It's not bad. Okay. Okay, so another thing I wanted to do was I wanted to add paw prints on the floor. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if it's gonna be visible, but one way to find out. Okay. Let's do image texture. Prints. So I'll just project from view and see how that goes. I don't usually use stencils for when I paint stuff, but I will have to do it now. Okay, let's figure this out. So, brush type. Okay. Texture. Stencil. There we go. And then new, I guess. And then we open this. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the image should be inverted in this case. Unless I can do that somehow, like in here. Okay. What happens if it's like that? No, okay. So if I try, you can see it's only affected by, or it's only affecting the white area, which is not good. Wait, okay, how do we, oh, okay, there we go. Alright. Yeah, so I'll just have to invert that. Can I do that, like, from here? And I guess I can edit it with the photos, and maybe that has an option. Let's see. It wouldn't be in filters. It should be somewhere else. Crop. Obviously not that. Does Paint have it? Let me check, because I am curious. Can you invert an image in MS Paint? Okay.
But it's extremely simple, extremely quick. I'm not on the keyboard, or if I go to select all, I can then right click and just simply click on this.
Okay. Yeah, that's very easy. Very convenient. There we go. Now we just save it, and there you have it. Nice. Refresh. And now we can paint. Oops. Cool. Again, probably not going to be visible, but still. I guess in hindsight, it would have been better if I had it over here instead. Okay. Wow. Okay, let's not have anything just yet. And then, okay, stencil. And I'll just take this and check what the closest area is to the camera. About that much, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I should also check this guy. To then have a rough estimate of how big I should have the paw prints. So that's obviously too big. So let's do maybe that much. It's just trial and error at this point. I'm also not sure how much of a distance I should have between these. I mean, I'll just kind of guess. I think that's good. We have a bit of an issue right there, but that's okay. We can just do this, and just move it somewhere else, basically. Okay, so save the image, and now I can use it on the floor right there. We can kind of see it right here. It's not entirely clear, I guess, but I think it's still a cool detail. So now I should add this on the actual floor. Flip. Yeah, it's kind of blending with the textures, unfortunately, but maybe I can make it better. We'll see. So I don't remember this looking like this. I don't know what happened. Oh, I think I know what happened actually. Yeah, I know. Okay. Since I moved the UV map, it also affected the texture. But we can just do this right here. And then I can also do... Wait, can we not select which UV it is? I guess I can just do that right there. And I'll just use a Voronoi. To randomize the location of stuff. Better. Okay, and then aside from all of that, we want rim light on this character. It's a bit hard to get that where I want it to be. Okay, there we go. Gotta be very deliberate here. I'll just have it like that for now, and also let's make sure it is only affecting this character. This is a placeholder, obviously, but yeah. I think I should make the wall textures smaller, at least like right there maybe. It just looks a bit off on here for some reason. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so alright, we also have to do a latex glove. One of them has to be on the stairs. I'll just borrow a hand from this guy. Okay. Alright, I'll just eyeball it. Clear. That should be good enough. And then we need to make this into a cloth simulation. Hold on. Why is it so bright? Also, this never was a thing before. Way too bright. It is from the cavity, but what exactly? I guess that. Okay. Cool. Now we also have to make sure this is visible, if we can. Perhaps like there somewhere should be good. Just make a simple material for it. I was thinking maybe diffuse with transmission, or translucency rather. Translucent BSDF. There we go. It looks really small. Hello Nathan, how you doing? I could actually have it where this is as well. Maybe like that, somewhere. Okay, let's just get to simulation. Okay, not like that, please. Just why does it fly away the moment you introduce soft collisions? Okay. Wait, where are you going? Let's try to turn on the friction, maybe. And also turn it up on this floor. I don't know why, but it is gaining sentience. Okay. Oh wait, this is soft body and cloth. Well, I guess that should be it. But there's also... Okay, so that's for particles, that's for cloth. I see. Okay. I'll just try every setting until I see this thing not move anymore. Distance. Well, when I turn it down all the way, it works, but then obviously it's still moving and it's clipping. So maybe turn on the friction. No. Okay. Alright. Okay, now it's just flying away. It doesn't really matter though, because like it's going to be still, so I also need to add solidify to this after the cloth. Just a little bit, not too much. Yeah, this will work, I think, if I just apply everything. Right there. You just kind of can't really tell what it is. So maybe if I move it closer, no. Okay. I kind of like the reflection. Or the bounce light. But I don't know, I just... Okay, this, first of all, the floor is way too clean. And actually that might be this one. Yeah, that was the plane for collision, that's why. But I want there to be more light on this. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Honestly, I should have probably saved the version without the simulation in order to have them around different areas. So maybe I should undo this and get back to that real quick. Okay. So maybe if let's see what happens if we remove this plane, or at least the collision for it. Okay, let's do that. And then turn on the collision for the stairs. Yeah, that still works. You just gotta be a bit careful, I guess, with geometry that has a lot of complexity or stuff like this, because it can break. So that's why I had a plane. Yeah, this is about as much as I can get it to be close, I think, to the stairs. It's still floating. as you can see. But that's okay. I can make it touch the stairs later on anyway. Okay, so that's one of them. I guess there would technically be only 2 if there was only 1 person wearing them, but who knows. I'll just do 1 more. That's probably not gonna be visible, but you know, we'll see. Maybe let's rotate this one. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. So let's apply, and last one as well. Yeah, cool. Anyway. Looks pretty good. Okay. Let's go to shading, light linking. Delete that. We gotta be careful with this so that it's not overly bright. You gotta make sure it's lining up with whatever light amount there is nearby. This one, I don't even know if I should have anything for it, but then again, we'll see. If I don't have anything, then it's not going to be visible, like, at all, so... let's see... Yeah, it just looks weird, but... maybe we can add another source of light somewhere. Like nearby. Same way I have it like up there. But then also, I don't want it to be too blown out, you know? I want there to be contrast. And also, we don't want this to be clean. It needs to be dirty. So let's do that as well. Something interesting, let's see. I guess that could work to 34. Just enough for it to be visible, basically. Okay, cool. And now it's also obviously affected on the other ones because it's sharing the same material. Okay, yeah, that's very good. Okay, cool. Now let's add some more textures on the wall, although I'm just not sure if that's going to be visible, because I wanted it to be like coming from up here to below. Something like that, but like stretched. I can try it, see how it goes. 208. Yeah. I should probably have a separate UV for this. Okay. UV. And then let's make sure this is selected. Alt H. I mean, we could just do project from view. Why not? Okay. No, I just gotta figure out which ones. Well, I guess it shows you right there. So just gotta make sure it's below, like this. Okay. Yep, that's basically what I wanted. But again, I don't know if that's gonna work. We'll see. See, the problem is that that part right there, it's not like, we gotta make it so that this doesn't get cut off, and for that to work it needs to be quite high, which then, you know, gets rid of all of this detail, so that sucks. Let's do, I could do it like from there as well. Yeah, like that, maybe. Okay. It looks very bad from here, obviously, but what matters is the camera view. Okay, color ramp. All right. Okay. There. Yeah, I mean, at least it works for that, so that's nice. Just wondering, like, what else could I add in terms of textures and etc. I think the writings on the wall aren't very visible, but I could maybe change that in post by just increasing the gamma. But I also kind of want there to be like a distinct line of light down the stairs like that. Okay, let's try that, I guess. So let's make it, turn down the radius, make it narrow. Okay. Turn up the power. Okay. A bit better. Trying my best here. Or perhaps I should just like mess with the main flashlight here instead of trying to fake the lighting, if I can, that is, because it's a bit hard to work with here. Like there's light in weird places, like here, for example, and then it gets cut off over there, which just makes it look odd. It probably looks fine from the top, but not from this angle. I think I like this better because that's a better gradient, I would say, from there to here. What if I made it so that this is a bit thicker so that it shows one of the scribbles on the wall? If I can. It's pretty good. You can read the doors. Yeah, I think that's better. And then perhaps the classic blood splatter on the stairs, maybe. Perhaps that could work. I think I'll have an empty here. Blood. Then let's just pick a texture. Whatever is concentrated in the center is better. This could work. This was 44. Okay. I'll just go through it, the rest of them, see what I like better, if there is anything else. Maybe this as well. I like this one in general. It's very nice looking. Might use this in post. Okay, so that could work. That's nice. I like the scratches too. This is pretty good. Okay. There's a lot, as you can see. Okay, let's do 44. There. Okay, click on this. And let's check. I need to make sure it's using the empty I made as the coordinate. Okay, and then I just gotta make sure it's displaying properly. Okay, let's do -50, I think, or was it 50? I don't know, one or the other. Then let's do clip. Okay, maybe it was just 50. Yeah, okay, there it is. And then let's do non-color. Cool. Okay, so that's definitely the correct one. So now we can see that it's properly facing the camera. Now that's obviously an issue, as you can see. I wonder if that's like, well, it's most likely possible to fix it. I'm just not sure how. Wasn't there like maybe like if I do normal and separate XYZ, so that's the Z. Okay, so then I should be able to use this now. And we maybe like use vector math question mark. Did that work? I'm just wondering how would I combine that here? Because we clearly have the information right there. So let's say I want this to be rotated like this, for example, but only on the other side. Or I guess you can also just mess with it until you get something that you can work with like this. That's also an option. Okay. Then I can distort it even further. What? Okay. That's a bit weird. That also looks a bit weird. That could work. I mean, it works, I think. Cool. What else could we do? I like how it looks so far. So that's nice. It'll look even better once I add the rest of the effects in DaVinci. But now, honestly, the only thing is the character. We gotta work on that. So let's do that, I guess. I gotta get hair cards for the hair, obviously. I think I had them in this folder. There. Okay. It is this one. So let's do image, mesh plane. I mean, I guess color doesn't really matter here, it's mostly the values, but we'll see. Okay, so let's do that for now. Okay, anyway. Oh wait, I think when I scaled it down, it also cropped it. We gotta turn this off. There we go. Anyway. There we go. So now I basically have to warp this. Let's do it in vertex mode. Just gonna figure it out. See how it goes. I think it's important to probably get done with like the basics, the basic hair strands here that we wanted to have, and then get to the rest. Like a hairline, for example. Let's do connected only so we don't affect the other ones nearby. Now, most of this is going to be only visible around the silhouette of the character because of where the light is. So it's like you don't really need to be technically precise. You just kind of place this based on whatever looks good in the light environment. So, like, after doing the foundation, then you can go in and add some separate strands that like stick out in a specific way, and that's kind of how you give it character. But first we gotta like cover the entire head. I'll just be a bit messy here because it's not, you're not going to be seeing this up close. Getting there, slowly. Okay. Now I'll just check how this looks under the light source. We also need to make sure it's using this. Okay. can shape it further, just to, I guess, do whatever looks best. But the hair itself looks pretty nice. The material. Some anime hairstyle. Hello, Hammer Up. I think that's how I say your name. How's the day going? Pretty good. Pretty steady working. How about you? Just woke up. Nice. Is it like early morning over there? Because it's 4 PM over here. Can you send your Spotify playlists? Yeah, sure. Share. Here. Looking pretty good so far. I think I should have some of them be like thinner. So let's try that. It's been I think I've used... The last time I used hair cards was when I did the Tikitobi backdrop, which was like a while ago. Almost a year ago, I think. Probably 8 months. They look really good. They're just very worn key, like it's not really clean to work with, but they do their job and they are very easy to run. So get thinner one right there. It's like 1 PM, slept at 6 AM. Damn. Yeah, sleep schedule is a hard thing to get right. Even I sleep pretty late, but not at 6 AM. Mostly like 2. The issue is you get that feeling of working and stuff late night, so you know, yeah. The weird thing is that, like, I feel sleepy towards 12 AM, like as it's approaching that mark, but then somehow it just flips the switch as if I'm not tired at all. And it's pretty annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, well, gotta try to fix it somehow. This looks pretty good so far. I think I'll add a couple more on top, and that should be done. For the hair, at least. Then we gotta do, like, clothes and stuff. What are you working on? This. The sketch looks like this, that I did beforehand. So I'm going off of this right now. But yeah, it's like a bunker with stuff from this reference. Not all of it, but this is the gist of it. Yep. So I gotta finish the character, and after that we're gonna get to compositing, like grading and stuff like that. So we need that side, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then this side. Yeah, that's not bad, I think. Alright, so that's that. Yeah, I guess we can have some subdivision. That's better. Anyway, let me call this here. And then let's get to other parts of this. Looks ridiculous in viewport shading. Okay. I think I'm gonna give this guy a jacket of some sort. Yeah, okay, let's try that. Do you really need it on the right side too? What were you talking about? The hair? I mean, yeah, just for... I don't want it to be mirrored, like... symmetry. I don't like it when it's like exactly the same as one side. You gotta kind of break it up so it's realistic. Yeah. Keep forgetting which one's the button that just makes these disappear. Okay. There we go. Let's turn off cavity so we can see a bit better. Okay, that's pretty good so far. I'm gonna get a jacket going. Well, then we need a seam on this hand. I think right there. Yeah, cool. We also need to make it so that it's sliced like right here. Yeah, Obviously I'll have to, you know, change these. But that it's not weird looking. Just gotta be pretty careful. That's basically it. Yep, and then we gotta give him some jeans. Like that. I mean, technically, yeah, I should probably do that so that there's no intersection going on. Yeah, why not? Let's just do that. That's just better. Because I have to delete this anyway, like this part now. Because it's covered by clothes. There we go. Just gotta make sure that it's like this isn't happening. Okay, and then that should be good. Base sets, let's do this, and then it wouldn't be so defined. You gotta kind of make it thicker like that. Let's do like this. And we actually don't really need to make any shoes because it's not visible right there. Alright, now time for rigging. Okay. Should I get some water? Be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's see. Should probably bring this guy down in the center for now. We could also just do it here, I suppose. It's just better to be in the center of the world in the project whenever you're rigging anything. Just doesn't break as much. Yeah. Definitely don't need all of this for the face, so we'll just delete that. Should be good. Let me try to generate it first. Probably gotta delete this one as well. Yep, okay, cool. So now let's do Let's make a collection, actually. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, that's why. It's because I have it on face and not volume. I'm dumb. Okay. It's been a while. Okay, so now I need to enable, let's see, access, there we go. Gotta check if these are properly set up, because a lot of times they're not. I guess I can't do that here, hold on. They look fine. And then also, let's do this one. Okay. Should be good. just check it. Just trying to find where this is. There you go. Okay, so we just want the fingers. For now, at least. These right here. Okay. Yep. It seems good. I think we're good then. Anyway, so now I gotta select everything. Select the rig to be the last thing. And then parent. Bone weighing failed. Find solution, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's not a big deal. I can just do this right here. And now it's connected. Cool. Alright, so now if I want the flashlight, first of all, let's actually make it so that this hand is indeed holding it. Position it first. Something like that for now. And then we'll just select everything right here. Alright, I love you. I'm taking a break. I'll join back when I'm finished working a bit. Have fun. Thank you. Have a nice break and good luck with work. Thanks for watching. Okay. And let's parent you to the bone. So now, as you can see, the man is holding the torch. Also, I should probably not move it around, actually, because this is kind of the sweet spot for it. So we kind of have to revolve around this, actually. The legs. Okay. Alright. Now, let's make sure. I think this should be. Maybe not actually. Maybe. Yeah. Hair and the body are the only thing that this spotlight is affecting right now. So we also have to pick all of the rest. Include, there we go. And I'll just make this very contrasted in post so that you don't really see his face. So I'll just make it like darker. Something like that should be enough, I think. Yeah, we'll see. And then we can give it, I don't know, like this looks fine as well. I kind of want there to be wrinkles though on the jacket. Somehow. Just have these shoulder blades a bit more pronounced. Not too much, but you know. Probably gonna have to add a multi-resolution on this. For more detail. Now, like the most noticeable parts are gonna be obviously the parts where the light is hitting, so perhaps I should focus on those. And I should also add more hair right around that point, I think. I'm just purely looking at this right now. This needs to have some more filled right there, because there's like a gap going on. Yep. Could also probably give him some eyebrows, but I don't think it's gonna be visible, so maybe not. Okay, let's do jeans, I guess. It looks a bit odd in the silhouette though, so maybe I should fix that. Off that. Okay, I'm just trying to find where this part is right here. Wait, is this not visible? Question mark? Or what's happening? Huh. So when I'm in sculpt mode, you can't see it in the rendered view. That sucks, but you know, what can you do? That's better. I'll just pause it for now. I really like the cloth brushes, they're very fun to work with. Hey, I don't know why. Can't really grab that. Okay. I don't think this is gonna matter, so I don't think I should bother with that. I'll just move it roughly like this. Cool. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Alright. Pretty satisfied with this. Alright. Now, let's just assign the light groups. So we want moonlight, and then we want flashlight. This looks red. Thank you. Also, hello, Caruso. Okay. Okay, let's go shading the light group. Flashlight. Oh. Well, hold on actually. This shouldn't be a flashlight, this should be a moonlight. Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay, I think that's it. Maybe, I mean, I don't think I missed anything. I hope. Now, I'm just thinking, should I even separate anything? I don't know. I am thinking though, what if I have like an empty that will control where the flashlight's gonna go, but also obviously these additional lights as well. I mean, I could try that if I want to like animate the movement a little bit. That could be nice. Yeah, I think a little bit movement would be nice for the flashlight at least. So let's do that. Let's do here. And let's do flashlight control. So for the flashlight itself, we would like to use a constraint, and then I guess track to constraint. Then you take this, and now, as you can see, I can move this around, and it just follows, which is nice. But for the rest of this, I think I should just parent it to the empty. And let's see how that goes. This one as well. Okay. We also want... Where was it? I may have deleted that one actually. There was another one here that was just illuminating the stairs. But yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just making sure there's no lights when I do this, and yeah, that works. You know what I could do actually? I have added like scribbles based on the story on the walls here. Like this, for example, and these. So what I'm thinking is, what if I just move this empty around to kind of show these, you know? That could be nice, I think. Now, then I perhaps use a constraint for you, for it to kind of follow the empty as well. But I guess, okay, if I'm gonna do that, we'll have a problem if I also have a constraint on this one, on the spotlight. Because this right now is being controlled by this. So I think we should maybe turn that off for now and maybe try to add this constraint to the actual hand, because that would make sense. I just don't remember which one it was to use here. I guess we can try track 2. I don't know if it's gonna work. It just died. Okay. Actually, wait. I'm adding this in the wrong spot. I should add it here on the bone constraint. Yeah. So that should work now. Better, at least. I don't know if it's gonna work properly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Okay. What would be a good one though? Like, I genuinely don't know. Damped track, maybe? We can try. Flashlight control. Okay, so it is currently facing this direction, I would assume, towards it, which makes sense, yes, but we kind of want it to be different. I don't know how I would do that, to be honest. Yeah, because we can't really rotate it. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Lamp, no, that's not gonna be it. Rotation wouldn't make sense because it would only copy the rotation of that object, not like follow it around. Okay. Yeah, this is not easy to figure out. Now, I could maybe do like an IK bone, if I can even do that. Control H, Shift H, nope. Can you hook this thing? Nope, okay. Now I could just rotate it like that, I suppose, but now the problem with that is that the additional lights wouldn't move alongside with that movement, so that sucks. So that's why I'm trying to make it connected to this one, because that way it's very easy to move this around. Like if I zoom in, you can see the flashlight isn't moving at all. It's just the light sources that are. That's the problem that we have. Let me check if I can find something. Transformation constraint. Okay, let's check what that is. Transformation. Let's do flashlight control. Okay. Cool. Now what? Doesn't really do anything, so far at least. Map from map to. Huh. I guess rotation maybe? Okay, switch pose mode. Yeah, target. Set target to location and then set owner to rotation. Okay, that makes sense. Target. I mean, this is local space, not location. So I don't know how that's gonna go. I don't know. Let me just check.
So
Here.
I'll go ahead and add a copy rotation. Now I want this bone to copy the rotation of bone number 2 over here. So I'll go ahead and select the armature, and now in the bone, let's select the bone number 2. We will talk about all of these things in a bit, but just to try it out, I am inside I have selected the global gizmo, and now I'll rotate this on the Y.
Yeah, but that's not
Oriented.
not really what I'm trying to do. Okay, you know what? Maybe on a second thought, this might be too visually distracting if I do that for the readers. I feel like, unfortunately, I wish I could do like cool stuff like that, but you know, you gotta chill out a little bit. But you know, I could make the light just slightly move around, just very slightly, not too much. So I could try that, maybe. Let's do location. Scale, really low. Or strength, I mean. The lights. Offset. Offset. That might be too much. Alright, let's try scale. Okay, yeah, maybe that much. Just gotta make sure to restrict. Now, the question is, how long do I want it to be? Yeah, I can't really see anything. Let's maybe also make this darker. Restrict. Let's do, I guess, maybe 100 frames. me try it. And then 30 on the blend. Nah, it's gonna be too much as well. I can already tell. Let's turn down the strength. And we definitely need to turn this frame amount up. Let's do 200. That's not 200, that's 2000. We gotta find a sweet spot with the visual busyness and just readability. What sucks is that I can't really see it until I render it. You can kinda see it, you know, but still. You know, on the second thought, maybe I should render the foreground elements separately, just in case Hunter or Harry doesn't like it in terms of how busy it can be. So I'll just do that, just in case, you know. But no, I'm just thinking of the light. Because I can't really separate that. So I'll have to render it out. Every frame, probably. Like with everything, is what I mean. Okay. I think that's all the lights. And then what else can we do? Maybe some movement with this at least, you know? Just something. Could just copy it from this one. I think that should work. Looks like an NPC. Okay. Maybe I should add a bit more to this. Maybe turn up the angle, or just do this maybe, like on the sides. Okay, I think that's done. Okay. Let me just double check the animation. Yep, that works. And then I just don't really like how quickly it goes down. But I guess it's not a big deal. I can still maybe do 75 on the blend or something. That'll help. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so let's set up the nodes. Copy settings. Okay. So let's start with the flashlight, like this. So everything has to be indirect. Like that, yep. So that we only see the flashlight, like this. Okay, I think that's good. So let's call this. Okay, there we go. Then I'll do another one from here. Basically the same thing, but for gloves. There. Next, let's do the human. Really, this one should be a holdout. Yeah, because it's cutting it off. And perhaps we should do the same for the gloves as well, just in case. Yeah, see that? Right there. That's white. Maybe you too. No, but I'll just have it just in case. Okay, cool. And then the last one would be everything else. Okay, so let's do this, this, this. Okay, there we go. So we got the environment, we got the human, we got the gloves, and we got the broken flashlight. Cool. We want to use this one for rendering. This is just for preview. Do this. Okay. This is pretty good, but I might increase the samples just in case. But let's just work on this for now. Oh wait, hold on, I'm stupid. I completely forgot to modify the file output. Georgia bumping to Persona 5 music. Yeah, it's good. I've never played a game from Persona though. The music from that game is exceptionally good. The game itself is above average. Okay. Well, can't win them all. At least there's something good out of it, you know? That was working with Wendigoon and Alpha Meat. It's fun. I don't get to really communicate with Wendigoon and Hunter often. Sometimes I do, but I'm mostly talking with Harry, the producer, whenever I do these. Also, I gotta fix that. Okay, let's try color corrector and then turn up the saturation, although that doesn't really do much here. You can kind of see it, but yeah, it's very mild. You can kind of see it here now. Thanks for the behind the scenes peek, good one. No worries, thank you for joining. Okay. I may not need this much lens start, but we'll see. I do want to add some grunge, however. Okay, let's see. There was one that I liked, but I don't know which one that was. There's 250 of these. I do really like textures in general though, like using them. Yeah, this one was it. 107. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. Okay, we should probably minimize this. I think this makes it lower quality though when you zoom it in. I'd use this one, it's sharper. Now I just need to pick specific spots where I want these to be at. I might turn this down, the light on the character, we'll see. Okay, let's maybe add like a optical flare. I don't know if that's gonna work well, but we'll see. Or like a lens reflection. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Just gonna have it like this for now. Let's go and try and do some grading here. Looking amazing as always. Also surprised you don't have your music playing. Thank you. And also, it's like a playlist I made. I have some of my tracks as well on there, but right now it's not playing, obviously. But yeah. I think I need to add some more textures to this. Just feels empty to me. I'll just look around. Maybe this one. 117. Also, is this like... It may be levitating. Okay, gonna have to fix that. Okay, now do I want this to be bright or dark is the question. Let's see. Need to also distort it. So let's do that. Okay. Maybe get smaller as well. Yeah, that's probably better. And then I gotta figure out what coloration I want for it. And probably gonna have to blur it as well. Copy this. There we go. That's not too bad so far. I guess something that blends in with the environment is probably a better call. Yeah, Let's maybe turn up the highlights on the blur. Well, that's okay. That's just gonna make everything brighter, which is not what we really want. Maybe let's try brightness and contrast. Then turn up the highlights and mess with this. It's not bad. Not bad. Okay. The only thing now is probably the glass here, or whatever this is, and this area is a bit lifted off. So I'm gonna have to go in and fix that real quick. Is your playlist public or private? Also, do you have a favorite backdrop that you made for CreepCast? I'm not sure, to be honest. Here's the playlist, by the way. I don't know. The Journal of the Miner's Daughter, was it? One of the stories they did for the Creep Aid. Like 4. I think that's one of my favorites, probably. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends, in a way. Okay, this looks fine here, but for some reason it doesn't look fine in the render. Aside from, you know, the glass. So let's maybe turn this elsewhere. Okay. Let's link these. Turn that up instead. Yeah, it's very odd. I mean, I guess I could move it lower, but I feel like there's probably something else wrong with the layers. We'll see. Okay. Let's just render the flashlight here. I think my favorite was probably the one you made for Mother Horse Eyes. It was really interesting to watch in the background of that 12-hour long story. Yeah, that story is long as hell. That one was also used in Wendigoon's video that he made for that story. That plus the animation I made for him way before, as like an intro. Okay. Turn off everything except for the flashlight. Okay. Alright, let's see if that did anything at all. Maybe I should pre-multiply it or something in DaVinci. I haven't done that. Could be why. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you can see like a a tiny bit, or maybe I'm just crazy. No, there's a tiny bit of it. Yeah, the intro for Wendigoon video was so surreal and genuinely terrifying. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the full one, because he cut it off. But there's like a talking head in the TV after that. Okay, let me check this out. That's very weird. Okay, that's not doing anything. What could be wrong? I should have probably added some sort of roughness to this, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. I listen to your music while I read stories, alright, it's awesome. That's sick. Glad you like it. Interesting problem that we are having. Okay. Alright, let me just go back. Just pick up texture, a random one that fits. Like smudges or something like that should work, or this one. Okay. Yeah, it's not as easy to see here, but you know, you can kind of see the smudges, the blurriness that happens right there. So that'll help. Okay. Render that again. Yeah, it's very subtle, but it's still visible to me at least. That's nice. I don't know what it is though, I feel like maybe I should make this one darker, and maybe that's what's bugging me right now. I can try. Okay, so so now I'll use this as a subtract for the environment. Let's just go like this. So now if you check it, it's a bit hard to control for some reason, but there. I can just adjust it now. I don't know why, like, it's such a weird bug that happens when you try to slide it. It just cuts off for some reason. Okay, what's going on with that though? Okay. That's not supposed to be happening. Weird. Okay, let me just figure that out. Okay, maybe, I don't know, clamp this or something? Nope. Very, very odd. Okay, well, in that case, you know what, I think it's better if, rather than doing all this, just plug it in, and then use it here. But you know what it could be also? I think it's fine, it's just the entire thing becomes dark because that's the only light source available, right? So, like, if I turn that off, right, then if I try to change this, the whole thing goes dark, obviously. But if I want to have it only on this spot, my cogs are turning. 1 second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works. Did they tell you the context of the stories, or they just tell you what to create? They just give me the story and then I read it. Sometimes they have ideas. Well, Harry is the person that is telling me what I should do with these backdrops. But it's kind of 50-50. Sometimes he has an idea, sometimes I do my own idea, obviously after discussing. But yeah, but most of the time it's kind of mixed, you know. But I think that's okay for now. The SQ does his homework, I guess, if you could call this homework, yeah. Okay. I don't know why, but like something feels off with this and I can't pinpoint what exactly. I'll just take a picture of it and I'll send it over to Harry, see what he says. To preview. Yeah. Pretty good though still, it's not bad for a backdrop. Okay. Let me just send it over to them. Harry is a Chad, indeed. He sent me 2 CreepCast shirts because my country isn't available as an option to pick when you try to purchase merch from their store. So they said they would look into that, but in the meantime they sent me some, which is very nice. Yeah, I don't know. This is what it looks like for now. I'll see what he says, and then I'll do whatever I have to do. I have animation set up, and I think the writings here are pretty clear, or clear enough, I would say. It's not like daytime or anything, but you can definitely read it, so that's nice. The gloves are visible. I like how that looks. It looks pretty realistic, I would say. And also this... where is it? This was the initial sketch I did for this. So I think it's pretty accurate based on that. Are you Italian? No, I'm Georgian. But I mean, I guess Italy is kinda near, I could say. Yeah. Alright. I don't know if Harry is gonna answer right now. It's gonna take a couple of hours probably, but yeah, I'll just come back to it later. Anyway, I think that's gonna be it. That's not the correct screen. There we go. That's gonna be it for now. And I'll probably come back tomorrow, maybe. But I don't know if I will, because this is basically done. Unless it's gonna have to be changed significantly. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. But we'll see. Maybe I will. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you whenever. Bye bye. Have a good day. Love your art, man. Thank you. Your streams are I think you missed a word, but that's okay.